Hello everyone and welcome back to Aneuryn Hunts. I almost said Aneuryn Plays. That's my Aneuryn Plays intro. What am I doing? Anyway, hi! Sorry, it's taken some time for me to get this stream started. I'm gonna just put it down to new channel, new overlays, shenanigans happening, just trying to fix things. Thank you all for waiting. I really do appreciate that. And hopefully we can... Oh, well that's unfortunate. A little clip of mine just broke. Okay, well I kinda need that. Gonna have to get another one. Alright, anyway, yes, sorry. You need your new intro stuck in the monitor with a sticky note. Oh, I do. That's a good idea. Do I have a new intro? That's the question. Do I actually have an intro? I don't think I have an intro. Hello, hunters, I guess. Welcome to Aneuryn Hunts. Yeah, so... Yeah, I don't think I actually have an intro. I haven't even thought of it. I kind of thought of these streams being a little bit more casual. One of the things that I wanted to try to make sure is that I wasn't overloading myself with work when it came to the streams on this channel. Because I've already got like a massive backlog on the main channel of streams that I have to edit and fix. And that's a pain in the ass, frankly. And I still got like half of my streams that I have to edit. So that's taking me longer than I would like. But it is something that is happening. It's happening very slowly, but it is happening. But, yeah. One of the things I didn't want to do on this channel was to get myself into that same rut that I've gotten myself into on the main channel. So I've been very careful to edit down these videos as soon as possible, and so far I'm up to date. I haven't missed a single one. So yeah, so far things are going fine, but I also wanted this to be a little bit more casual, so that if I did miss one, or if I decide to leave the starting soon segment in, like with this one, there's a lot of chat that's been happening, so I kind of felt like maybe I wouldn't edit down the introduction of this, or the opening of this stream, because, well, there's a lot of chatter happening, and maybe it's worth keeping, you know? But I have set everything up so I don't have to edit the ending. That's kind of a big deal. I don't have to edit the ending of my streams anymore because I've got it all set up with timers. All I have to do is press the ending button and it will transition to the end screen, and then after 20 seconds it will turn off the stream, which is perfect. It means there's one less thing for me to do at the end of the stream, and I can just put the end cards on, which is gonna start happening soon. So I'm hoping that I'm gonna be able to keep up with this channel a little bit better than my other channel. I think the biggest difference is when I started the Aneuryn Plays channel, I didn't have an idea in mind that was going to be, this is my channel going forward. I didn't have a set schedule. I didn't have like an idea of what games I wanted to play necessarily. I knew I wanted to play Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom and Final Fantasy, but that's pretty much as far as I thought ahead. So the fact that we then went on to games like Holocure, we went on to play games like Xenoblade, those are all good things that came out of the process of learning what I wanted to do with that channel. With this channel, I've got a much clearer concept. This is my Monster Hunter channel, and with that in mind, I going into it knowing this is what I want to do, this is what I want to make, this is how I want to do it, and it means that I'm able to streamline a lot of processes from the start, and I think that's a really handy thing, because considering how far behind I am with the main channel, still trying to catch up to make the main channel consistent. Being able to start off consistent with this channel is a bit of a blessing, honestly. But also the fact that if I do treat this channel a little bit more casually, which I do intend to do, I will, you know, I won't worry so much about trying to catch up. But yeah. So, I do have a plan for today. Yesterday, I waffled on for a while about something which, I really should have had the video up, so you guys could watch the video that I was talking about, and I didn't have the means to do it. I didn't have a reaction scene. I couldn't just bring up a YouTube video in my streams yesterday, but now I can, and that is actually what I was trying to fix earlier. I had made the scene, but I hadn't finished putting everything together, and I have now, and we can actually do like a watch along. We can do a reaction to something on YouTube, which I think is great, because there's a lot of Monster Hunter content which isn't just, you know, playing the game. There's so many amazing creators out there that do a lot of really good work in the Monster Hunter space, and I've got a whole 21 subscribers on this channel, so I'm not really necessarily reaching new people, but hopefully of the people who are following me here and who do watch, I don't know, maybe they will find a channel that they've never heard of before. One of the channels that I really enjoy is Oceanus. I think that's how you're supposed to say his name, Oceanus. He does a series of Monster Hunter ecology videos where he goes over the life and times of various monsters in the Monster Hunter world, and I love those videos. I can sit and just watch them for hours, and I do, which is one of the reasons why my main channel is as far behind on the editing as it is. Not blaming anyone but myself, just saying, okay? Maybe if you released less videos about Monster Hunter ecology, I might be able to get some work done. Just saying. Alright? The idea is to make it a fun side project, not a burden. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's correct. Because at the end of the day, the whole point of doing this second channel for Monster Hunter is because I know that not everyone on the main channel gives a crap about Monster Hunter, right? I know that, and I'm not necessarily kowtowing to the complaints. That's not my goal. But because of that, I don't want my main channel to turn into a Monster Hunter channel. And I've already got plans for things that I want to do that are Monster Hunter related, that I'm going to have to, you know, which would essentially turn my main channel into a Monster Hunter channel if it was all over there. Because I would have, like, 2 Monster Hunter streams a week, and I would have a Let's Play series that I am working on. That one's going quite slowly, actually. I said I was working on it yesterday, and maybe I overstated it a little bit. I am working on it, it's just very, very slow going. It is a little bit difficult. Oh, crap. Not because I'm finding the work of it difficult, but just because I don't like listening to myself. I like editing. Don't get me wrong. I love doing editing and stuff. But when I have to listen to myself talking, I'm just like, I don't want to do this. I hate this so much. I've mostly gotten over it, but it's still something that I have to really struggle to push myself to do. But, yeah, I'm currently working on a Let's Play series, which is going to be happening in the near future. I hope. And, like, if this was still on the main channel, like I said, there would be 2 Monster Hunter streams a week. There would be a Let's Play series. And at some point, I plan on doing Monster Hunter stories as well. So if I'm doing a Let's Play series in Monster Hunter, or one of the Monster Hunter games, I'm playing Monster Hunter twice a week on stream, and I'm doing Monster Hunter stories, I'm basically a Monster Hunter channel at that point. And I knew that that was not going to... that wouldn't really work for me. I didn't want to become a Monster Hunter channel. I did say that if there was any game that I'd be happy with being... you know, someone saying, oh, he's that game guy, you know? I wouldn't mind if it was Monster Hunter. And I wouldn't mind if it was Legend of Zelda. In fact, I kind of want it to be Legend of Zelda. But, I didn't want to get myself stuck in a niche, you know? I didn't want to be typecast. I'm the Monster Hunter guy. That's the games I play. And then when people come along to my actual channel and they see my streams and they see I'm playing HoloCure, or I'm playing Yar's Revenge, or I'm playing Xenoblade Chronicles 2 or something like that, and they're like, wait, I thought you were the Monster Hunter guy. I want to try to avoid that. So that's why we've got an Aneuryn's Hunting Party, or Aneuryn Hunts. And we've got Aneuryn Plays, which I'm also considering changing the name of. I'm kind of thinking changing it to like Aneuryn's Arcade. Or something like that. I'm not 100% sure yet. But, I'm considering changing it to Aneuryn's Arcade, or Aneuryn's Video Arcade. You know, go classic. Don't call it... I had ideas to making a second channel ages ago, called Aneuryn's Retro Arcade. And the idea was that I was going to do games pre-2000 on that channel, and modern games on my main channel. I eventually decided not to do that, and I've just kind of embraced this mishmash of I play wherever the hell I want to play, right? And so the idea of changing the name of the main channel to Video Arcade is that that's a very old-fashioned way of saying, you know, a game arcade, calling it Video Arcade. And so it kind of implies retro, while at the same time, yeah, it's not explicitly retro, you know? Instead of calling it Retro Arcade, calling it Video Arcade, because that's got an implication that there's going to be some retro games involved, you know? Something like that. I like playing with words. That's why I like Japanese humor, because they love playing on words. Monster Hunter X LOZ, though, that would be cool. Fight a Gleeok. Well, if you remember, in Monster Hunter 4, there was a Legend of Zelda crossover. There wasn't any monsters, but you could get the armor. I'm pretty sure it was in Monster Hunter 4. I think. Let me have a look. Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate Zelda. Yes, there was. Yeah, there's a Legend of Zelda set. Came out in March. I'm gonna guess 2009? And you got, there was a Sword and Shield skin, which was the Master Sword and the Hylian Shield. And there was a bow skin, which kind of looked... I'm not sure what the bow skin is supposed to be, honestly. Is it supposed to be like Zelda's bow or something? It's a little bit weird to be Zelda's bow, but whatever. Hang on, let me show you a picture. Let me get the picture. There's the picture. That's the Zelda. It was a full armor set for Blade Masters and for Gunners. You could dye it, as far as I'm aware. You could change the tunic color from green to whatever color you want. And yeah, the Sword and Shield set had the Master Sword and Hylian Shield, and the bow was whatever that is. I think it's supposed to be Zelda's bow. Yeah, I guess it is supposed to be Zelda's bow, but it's just like, that doesn't look anything like Zelda's bow. Oh dear. But no, I think I have this. Oh, I think I had it. I don't know if I still do. Unfortunately, my save was corrupted on Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. But yeah. I tried to do like backing up my save and everything, and it's not really worked very well. As for arcade, Game Arcade still exists today with new releases, so it's not entirely retro. Even if they are a bit slower on new games. No, what I mean like is like the term video arcade. Calling it the channel video arcade. Video arcade's a very classic, a very retro term for arcades. And so if I was to call it video arcade, there would be an implied retroness to it because of the terminology I'm using, essentially. Let me close this. Because, right, now, hold on a second. Because yesterday, I was talking about a video that I started watching, but I didn't get very far through it because I was like, oh, I should probably watch that on stream. That'd be very interesting to respond to. So I want to take a little look at this video because now we can. I've done it. I've set it all up so that we should be able to take a look at this stream, this video that this YouTuber has done, and actually discuss the issues that he's finding. Like, I talked a lot yesterday about these comparisons between Monster Hunter Wilds and like Ghost of Tsushima, and I mentioned my own comparison with the Lands Between in Elden Ring, and the fact that Elden Ring isn't really that polished. It's just it's more forgivable because there's a lot going on. And yeah, then I wanted to compare my opinions and my experience of what we had in Monster Hunter Wilds so far with this guy's experience and what he's trying to get across. Like, maybe I misunderstood what he was getting at, but it seemed like a bit of an apples versus oranges comparison to compare like Ghost of Tsushima with Monster Hunter. I don't think they're particularly comparable, but we can find out today because you know, I don't like talking about other people's videos if I can't allow them, or at very least allow the videos to stand as to represent, you know, what that person's trying to say, because it's very easy for me to misunderstand something and misrepresent their argument. So I really kind of wish that I hadn't gone on as long as I had yesterday about that, because that, to me, that wasn't fair. And afterwards I thought about it and I thought to myself, no, that really wasn't fair of me. I really should have had the video playing. So now we've got the video playing, and yeah, we can switch on over to the new reaction screen and watch this video. Hold on one second. Just gotta remember how to actually do this. Yeah, no, I had, I may or may not have, oopsed there. Hey, Oren, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Cool. All right. Yeah, so, so I didn't have YouTube's, the YouTube, window, set as a sound source. And, when I set the YouTube video as a sound source, for some reason I somehow managed to delete my microphone. Not sure how that happened. That's not supposed to happen. I can't even think of a reason why that would happen. But, yeah, changing YouTube sound source somehow broke my mic. Just OBS things. Okay, right. Well, we're going to chuck this on. We're going to have a listen. This guy has a very shocked and dismayed look on his face from the very start. So, I'm a little bit concerned. But, yeah, we'll see how this goes. Let me just turn my headset on. Right, I may have to turn the volume down. Just... So, the beginning of this video will probably begin... I'll probably keep going back a little bit just so I can set up the sound properly.
I think a lot of people are frustrated with games running slowly and looking bad, especially when they look like a blurry, smeared mess of pixels. And that's exactly what we're getting here with Monster Hunter Wilds. This video isn't just about that, but it's kind of what...
Does that sound good? I should probably comparison with my own voice.
Slowly and looking bad, especially when
does he sound alright
smeared mess of pixels,
compared to myself?
And that's exactly what we're getting here with Monster Hunter Wilds. This video isn't
just want to make sure that he that's a bit too quiet. Okay, I'll turn him up a little bit then. Oh, he should be quieter than me, but not by, like, a ridiculous margin. If I need to talk over him, I want to be able to talk over him. Alright, try again.
I think a lot of people are
How about that? Does that sound better?
Running slowly and looking bad, especially when they look like a blurry, smeared mess of pixels. And
oh, wait, did I just turn myself down? Oh, hold on.
This video isn't...
Hold on. I messed with my own microphone. That sounds good? Okay, never mind then. I'll leave it as it is. I'll leave it as it is. Alright, so let's actually listen to what he has to say.
I think a lot of people are frustrated with games running slowly and looking bad, especially when they look like a blurry, smeared mess of pixels. And that's exactly what we're getting here with Monster Hunter Wilds. This video isn't just about that, but it's kind of what sparked me onto this topic, because this is a bigger topic in PC gaming, where it doesn't feel like the visuals you're getting are matching the performance that you're getting. Because
just on the face of it, the argument that he's making that video games these days, that they seem to be performing at around like 60 FPS, but they don't look like they should be running that slowly. I understand where he's coming from. I do recognize that is an issue that exists. it's an optimization issue, I'm pretty sure, is what it comes down to, is that you're trying to find the balance point between good visuals and good, playable frame rate, a good frame rate. And different games have different requirements for what that frame rate allowance might be. So you might turn around and be like, oh, well, this game doesn't look like it should be running at 30 FPS, but it does. And that's the reason that it is because it's got a really complex background simulation. And I think Wilds, I'm pretty sure that Wilds probably feels like the graphics are not up to snuff with the amount of processor power and graphics card utilization, because there's a lot going on in the background. At least I think there's a lot going on in the background. Like, when you look at the map and you can see all of the herds of the herbivores moving through, and you can see there's like 100 of them. There are loads of individuals. So I think the background simulation for Monster Hunter Wilds is actually, like, there's a lot going on. So on the face of it, I can kind of see where, like, I'm assuming this guy's a tech guy. I'm assuming he's not just saying things. Based on some of the things he's going to say in the next couple of minutes, which I have already seen, like, the first 4 minutes or so of this video. I think that Monster Hunter Wilds has a lot more going on in the background than we think we know. Secondly, I think this is a beta test. It's not going to be perfect. This isn't the final release build. So I think just before we even get started, it's important to recognize that this is not the final build. And, like, I can see that he's using the benchmark, the Monster Hunter benchmark. And I don't know, I don't always find that benchmark applications are particularly good, especially if they're made by a particular game developer. There's some really good benchmarking tools, like Port Royal is a really good one. When you have a really good benchmarking tool, you've got to pay for it. Port Royal costs like $50, I want to say. I don't remember. That wasn't supposed to happen. Okay, hang on. Port Royal benchmark. So the Port Royal benchmark. Oh no, that one's for free. Oh no, that's just the free version. Never mind. Hold on. Oh wow, it's actually really cheap. At the moment. But, like, there's a bunch of different benchmarks, and some of them are really expensive. Like, some of them will cost you $50 or more. And it's because it really stresses your PC and pushes it to certain limits. And that's what it's supposed to do. A benchmark that is running, a benchmark that is created as kind of a side project to find out if a game will run on your system, it's not going to be perfect. I think it's going to not be perfect by a long way. So we'll find out what he has to say. Let's listen to the rest of what he has to say first.
It's one thing if a game looks unbelievably stunning and is difficult to run, but it's another thing if the game looks kind of mid and still is incredibly difficult to run.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
For a second and look at what the footage is behind me. This is running the PC benchmark for Monster Hunter Wilds at its default settings for the, and by the way, the recommended settings for the game on hardware that's a bit above the recommended hardware requirements for the game.
Okay.
And this is running internally at 540p. This is DLSS performance mode on a 1080p display.
Okay.
And it's still only running in the mid 40 FPS range in this scene, and it's looking super blurry to get.
Okay, so to begin with, this is using DLSS. It's running at 540p. Yikes. Okay, so that's not good. Let's just say that from the outset, that's not good. One thing I do want to establish before we actually get into the weeds of technical stuff and whether or not Monster Hunter Wilds should be running like this, I just want everyone to know what you are currently watching is a video being recorded by this guy that has been uploaded then, oh, so I should say, a video on YouTube, or a video that's been recorded, being put into a video by this guy and uploaded to YouTube, and then I am watching it and streaming it to YouTube. So if the visuals look really bad to you, that isn't necessarily a very good, it's not a perfect example of what the graphics will actually look like. This has been bit crunched twice, maybe 3 times, right? And so you're not getting a clear and perfect example of the gameplay. Obviously, the visuals, you'll see the visuals for yourself when you play the game. So if you look at this and you think to yourself, oh, wrong button. If you look at this and you think to yourself, that doesn't look right, that looks way blurrier than mine, then the reason is because this has gone to YouTube twice. Yeah, viewing natively will be very different to going up to YouTube, being me watching it and streaming it back to YouTube. That's going to get crunched a lot. So at the present, I can't see like all the individual blades of grass, which I can do when I'm playing the game natively. So that's just something to take into consideration, is that on one hand, the recording that he's making isn't going to be a perfect recording. It almost never is. Even if you've got like super high fidelity, high bit rate on your recording, it's not going to be perfect. Some things blur together, some things don't. So the video, before it even goes to YouTube the first time, is going to be a little bit crunched. And then when it goes to YouTube the first time, YouTube will compress it. And now I'm watching it and I'm streaming it, which means that in OBS, I'm compressing it. And then it goes to YouTube and YouTube is compressing it again. So it's being crunched, right? So if you're looking at this screen and thinking, mine does not look that bad, there's a reason for that. And so don't look at this and go, oh yeah, he's completely right. He might be, but don't assume that he's 100% correct just yet, because there's a lot of other factors that are going into this image not looking as clean as it could be. Now it won't start again. Context of the media matters, exactly.
There. If you're on a tiny phone screen, you might not notice that so much. If you're on a PC-sized monitor, you will. By the way, on phones, you can kind of pinch and zoom. And the PC system requirements for this game are really highlighting exactly the issues that so many people are frustrated with right now in a lot of games that have been coming out. And these system requirements not only acknowledge these problems, but they're running head first into it, just like bam. They are saying that in order to hit 1080p 60 FPS, you're going to have to upscale. By the way, they don't specify here, but what they mean at the medium settings is performance.
Yeah, that's
mode
not good.
So 540p internal resolution, that's 50% per axis, which means 1/4 of the pixels of 1080p.
Yeah, that's
and
not
then
good.
trying to upscale that into something that doesn't look like a blurry mess, and of course it fails. But also they're saying that still won't actually get you 60 FPS, despite only being at medium settings and running at 1/4 of the pixels of 1080p. They're saying you'll still need frame generation in order to hit that 60 FPS.
That's really
this
not
is
good.
What people are frustrated with.
Okay, so let me tell you exactly why that is awful in a Monster Hunter game. It's kind of the same reason that it's awful in a fighting game. You know, Capcom are good at both, supposedly. Monster Hunter and fighting games. The reason is because you sometimes need frame-perfect inputs. Or at very least, you need... not necessarily frame-perfect, but you need to be able to react in a certain time frame. And if you react and something doesn't happen, that's probably because you've missed the frame window in which you have to react. I would say a good example of this would be longsword users. If you want to do any of the counterattacks. Lance users, if you want to do the perfect block. You know? So that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a huge problem if you are requiring frame generation to get 60 FPS minimum. That's a problem. People are going to find themselves missing counters and missing attacks because they feel like I pressed the button at the right time, but it's because the frame that you pressed the button on was a fake frame. It wasn't an input frame. It wasn't a frame that you could actually do anything with. It was just a frame. It's a generated frame to make the game feel like it's 60 FPS when it's actually running lower. That's not good. That's actually really bad for a game like Monster Hunter. You need the frames that you see to be the frames you can react on. Otherwise, that's going to be a problem.
Games that feel like instead of optimizing, they are just turning on upscaling and frame generation and calling it a day. Now, I wasn't in the room when this game was developed, so I don't know exactly what happened, and honestly, I think that part of the issue is that the RE engine doesn't seem to scale well to open worlds.
Now, I don't know necessarily about the whether or not the RE engine scales to open worlds. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I can't speak on that part. I think he's right, though. I think he's right. I feel like in the modern era of video games, we've got so many cheats. You know? If you want your game to run at 60 FPS... well, you've got frame generation. If you want your game to run at a higher resolution, well, we've got, DLSS. You can rescale a game. You can run it natively at a lower frame, at a lower resolution and upscale it. That's a problem. Because you start running into a lot of issues that you wouldn't if you were running the game natively at, let's say, just 1080p 60 FPS. The fact that this is an issue, that this is something that is being discovered, that could be a problem. It could be a problem. I'm not saying it will be. When Monster Hunter actually releases, when Monster Hunter Wilds, the finished, complete version, is actually launched, that's when we'll see how well it's going to run. I don't believe that the beta is indicative of what it's actually going to run like. I think it's going to run better in the final version of the game because we are still playing a beta at the end of the day. We are still playing a version of the game which is incomplete. And I do believe I have faith. I have a certain amount of faith in Capcom to make sure that Monster Hunter has gone from being a very niche franchise to being a flagship franchise, you know? For Capcom, it's Street Fighter and Monster Hunter. They would be insane to not take the time to put an extra level of polish onto this game before it releases. So I think that they will, you know? There are other companies out there like EA that rest on their laurels. And we know that they do, because they re-release the same FIFA game year after year, and they just change the roster and charge you another $100. So, rather than that, though, you see Capcom and Monster Hunter team that take a lot of pride in their work. You see the Street Fighter team that are constantly working, developing new fighters, new characters, new concepts that's going to go into their next game. They're always working on something, you know? And they put a lot of pride and effort into that work. So I believe that the version of Monster Hunter that will be released will be a better version than the version we currently have. I genuinely think that's the case.
This is the game, by the way, trying to run at native 1080p at the lowest possible settings, and in the same scene we're only getting about 37 FPS, and I would argue it looks even worse than the 540p upscaled to 1080p medium settings that we're getting here. This looks more smeary, but at least is a little more cohesive and has a little more draw distance. This is the lowest settings, which just look extremely pixelated, even at native 1080p, and like, does anything in the distance even have a shadow? I mean...
This might just be me because I am I've got a 4K monitor and I play pretty much all of my games in 4K now. If I were to put my games down to 1080p, it is noticeably worse. So I don't know if I'm looking at this and going, oh yeah, that's really bad in 1080p. Or if I'm just thinking to myself, but that's what it looks like at 1080p, you know? Like on my screen, 1080p looks like that. So I guess maybe this is accurate. I don't know, but I find that most games look like that at 1080p. But again, that could just be because I've got a 4K screen, and I don't know. The other thing as well is like I haven't had any of the issues graphically that you're seeing right here, and that's because I do have a powerful PC, you know? My PC is actually stronger than a 3060 GeForce RTX 3060. Mine's stronger than that. Mine's got more power, more oomph. And I am getting above 60 FPS. I'm mostly getting above 100 FPS most of the time. So, I don't know. I think he's right, though, in the sense that what he was talking about previously is that because there's so many different cheats that people can use now to hide the fact that they've got low FPS, or that their resolution isn't very good, or that you have to run the game at a much lower resolution, that there's like two sides of this coin. There's, okay, we can cheat with upscaling and frame generation, but then there's the other side of, well, if someone's got a good enough PC, they can just brute force it to work. And maybe that's just what I'm experiencing because I've got a PC that can brute force it. So, I don't know.
It's pretty rough. And again, running at 37 FPS. So
I have never seen my version. I'm running my game at 4K. I have never seen it get down to 37 FPS. Never. Not once. again, I have a very good PC, so that could be the reason why. In fact, that is most likely the reason why. But at the same time, I think I could go down to a lower graphics card and not have to worry about it. In fact, let me just quickly start up Monster Hunter. And I'll show you what I mean. We'll come back to the video in just a moment, but let me just show you something. Oh, damn it, opened up. Oh my goodness, this new beta test has got some dodginess to it, I tell you. It starts up on my wrong screen every single time. Even though in the settings I've got it set to start on my main screen, it starts on my little screen. Which is currently running at 1080p, actually. So, it looks fine, I guess. It looks fine for 1080p. Damn it. Now I've got to change a bunch of these settings. Oh, I don't know why. I don't know why it does this. This is so annoying. So, what I have to do is go into the game, change it in the settings, what screen it's supposed to be on, turn off the game, turn it back on, and hope it stays on the correct screen. Well, now it's not even showing. I can hear it playing, but it's not showing. There we go. Okay, now I got it. It's really loud. Alright, so let me show you what I mean. If I was to go to options, let me switch on over to the game screen a second. Okay, there we go. Right, see this? That is how much of my graphics card, how much of my VRAM Monster Hunter Wilds is using up. That much. And that's how much the rest of my PC is using. So, yes. I do think that my PC is brute forcing a lot of these issues. A lot of these graphical issues that people are seeing, a lot of the frame rate issues that people are seeing. But if we have a look over here, look, I'm running at 4K native. I've got my frame rate capped at 120. I could uncap it if I wanted to, but I want to keep it consistent so that it doesn't like fly away everywhere. If I do this 360, it doesn't touch it, doesn't change anything. So pull that back to 120. Cutscene frame rate 60, sure. Automatically got HDR turned on. VSync is enabled. Low latency mode is enabled. Graphic settings, I've got Set that to ultra. So, again, didn't even touch it. I went up from high. Oops. Sorry. See? Still. Huge margin for being able to go up even higher if necessary. Frame generation is disabled. It says I'm using... there you go. Do not upscale. And I'm still running at 120 FPS. You know? There's some things that there's a little bit of popping in the background, but once it's loaded, it's loaded. And, so that tells me, right? Okay, so this is what this tells me. If this is all things on maximum, then, and I'm using, what am I using? 8.4 gigabytes of my VRAM. Then smaller graphics cards, say with 10 gigabytes of VRAM, would still be able to play this game just fine. I know there's more to it than that. There's obviously the processing power of the graphics card involved. But you can see my stats right there. AMD Ryzen 7 7800 X3D 8-core processor, 31 gigabytes of RAM, GPU's a Radeon RX 900 XTX, with 24 gigabytes of VRAM, and I'm using an SD card, you know? Sorry, not an SD card, an SSD hard drive. So you can see that with all of these settings, it's only using 7.72 gigabytes. So if you were, like, I'm using 8.47 overall, that includes other applications. So if you got a, if you don't have as good of a graphics card as me, and let's assume that you have like a 20 series or a 30 series graphics card, you should still be able to play this game just fine. If not on ultra, you should be able to be playing it on like high. And so I just don't see why they are getting these kinds of results where you can't run the game at 1080p on a 30 series graphics card. That doesn't make sense to me. Oh, wait. Let me get us back to the reaction. There we go. Alright, yeah, so if he is currently playing it... If he is currently playing at 1920 by 1080, he's using a Ryzen 5 50... That's an older system, though. That's like 2 generations back. And he's got the NVIDIA GeForce 3600. I don't know, I'm wondering if a part of this is like... Is he being CPU bottlenecked? I don't know. He shouldn't be having these kinds of results with a 3060. It seems ridiculous that on a 3060 board, he is getting these kinds of results, to me.
This is where people are frustrated. We're feeling like what I'm seeing...
Is it possible that he's just got the settings wrong? Like, we're only looking at the benchmark. Forget about the benchmark. What about actual settings in a game? Like, if he turns off motion blur, if he turns off the upscaling manually, if he turns off frame generation, I don't know. It just seems strange that we're talking about this with a 3060. Admittedly, 3060 is not your best option when it comes to an NVIDIA GeForce RTX card. 3080 and 3090 are the go-tos, but even on a 3060, you should be getting better results than this. I don't see why he's getting these results.
Being on the screen doesn't look that great, and yet it's running terribly on the same PC that has been playing other games super, super well. For example, what if we look at Horizon Forbidden West? This is also running on an RTX 3060, and this is also an open world game, and it's running at its maximum settings here at around 50 FPS in a big populated town, and as you get out of town, it'll run it kind of in the mid-50s, and that's at its absolute maximum settings, and I don't think anybody would argue that this doesn't look great. And then also, you can go ahead and turn down to medium graphics settings, and now look, I'm running in the mid 70 FPS range here, and things scale down gracefully. This still looks good. Yeah, there's a difference between the very high settings and the medium settings in terms of like the draw distance at which things pop in, but still looks quite nice. And this is native 1080p, no upscaling. And then we get to this, where at native 1080p, things look awful and are still only running at 37 FPS. And if we go with the default recommended medium settings, we're upscaling from 540p, so things look extremely blurry. You can see it kind of smearing details together.
Okay, I'm gonna stop him right there with the smearing details together. Turn off motion blur. No, I'm not. Okay, I won't accept that one. Turn off motion blur. There's no reason to have motion blur turned on. It is a bane, and it doesn't make things look better. In fact, it just makes things, in my opinion, it just makes things look a lot worse. So if you're worried about things being smeared together, you're not, look at what he's pointing out. It's like, oh, this is being smeared together. The whole character looks like he's in motion. That's a motion blur. You could turn that off.
And then also, I would still argue that things don't look all that impressive. Although generally art design is a bit subjective, but that's really where I wish a lot more games would focus, is can you design an art design that looks incredible without necessarily being super technically demanding. Check this out. This is Ghost of Tsushima running at
Right, so this is about where I stopped watching.
Its maximum settings. By the way, also an open world game. I'm trying to be fair and compare open world games to...
You're not being... I at this point in time, I actually don't think he's being particularly fair. In fact, I think he's being... He's kind of being a little bit obtuse here. But we'll see. I'll explain why in a moment.
Open world games, although I know Monster Hunter Wilds is doing different things with its open worlds. So it's never a direct comparison.
It's not a comparison at all.
But look at this. This looks gorgeous.
It looks gorgeous because you've got a particular kind of environment. You've got a built-up environment. You've got a particular scene that you're trying to convey. And there's more to it than just an open field. You can't compare this to this. That's not a fair comparison by any stretch of the imagination.
Things with its...
Because you're looking at an area with visual interest. And like you said, art style is subjective, right? But you were looking at an area with visual interest. You were looking at trees. You were looking at statues. You were looking at a temple or a, I don't know, some kind of, maybe it's a samurai's manor or something.
Tsushima running at its maximum settings.
You've got these gorgeous trees that look like they're glowing. Yeah, it's a set piece. It absolutely is. This is something that is designed to be attractive. Designed to be an awe-inspiring view. You are looking at this place that is going to be important. It needs to be, it's going to stick in your memory. You're going to go and do a fight here, all kinds of stuff like that. And you're not going to be fighting a giant monster. You're going to be fighting a human being or multiple human beings. When you go to this one, it is literally a wide open plain. A fairer comparison would be to compare this to a photograph of Africa. That would be a fairer comparison. Because then at least you're looking at the same landscape. Imagine fighting a monster in a set piece. Exactly. Well, I mean, you can. Admitted, okay, it was on the Switch, and so you've inherently got a lesser graphical fidelity, but look at the Forgotten Shrine. Look at the what was it called? The where you fight Amatsu, the Lost Temple, the one that looks like it's maybe connected to the Coral Highlands. I can't remember what that place is called. But you can see those set pieces. And if you want to compare this, I would say compare it to Kimura. That's a totally different game, so there's no point in comparing it to Kimura. But you could. And that would at least be a fairer comparison. You can't compare something like this
Ghost of Tsushima
to what is just supposed to be an open plain. That is ridiculous. Because there is more detail here. There is more intrigue. This is what I was talking about yesterday, where I was talking about how there's no forts, there's no crumbling castles. And this is why I was comparing it to The Lands Between. Is like, you can compare this to The Lands Between, and that would be fine. Because there's elements of intrigue. There are castles, there are ruins, there are villages, and there are things to keep an eye on and be like, oh, that's really cool. You don't have that in an untouched open plain. So comparing these two is not fair at all, in my opinion. Not even close. And I think he actually knows that it's an unfair comparison, because he even says, he qualifies it by saying, oh, well, they're trying to do different things with their open world. Well, then why are you comparing them?
Demanding. Check this out. This is Ghost of Tsushima running at its maximum settings. By the way, also an open world game. I'm trying to be fair and compare open world games to open world games, although I know Monster Hunter Wilds is doing different things with its open world. So
there you go. That immediately stops it from being a fair comparison, because you are, before you're even showing the footage, you are saying it's a different kind of game entirely. Tsushima, yeah. Actually, we don't need to look at the Ancient Forest. Look how well that turned out. Exactly. I think that, a fairer comparison would be, if I may, just a moment. I just want to hide that so I don't dox myself accidentally. Okay. Right. So he wants to compare this to Monster Hunter. And his comparison is, he's comparing it to the Windward Plains, which are literally just open plains. And he's saying, this looks way more beautiful than the Windward Plains. Okay, fine. This is the forest from Monster Hunter Wilds. I prefer the graphics here. Or not even the graphics. I prefer the complexity of the environment here than I do in the Ghost of Tsushima video. See, it's cherry picking. That's the problem, is it's cherry picking. He's picked a particularly beautiful scene. Well, okay, fine. I'll pick a particularly beautiful scene. I like the look of this jungle. Now, don't get me wrong. I think he has some valid points. But I think that this isn't one of them. I think that his comparisons are unfair.
It's never a direct comparison, but look at this. This looks gorgeous. But none of these tree leaves and the rocks and things like that actually have a massive amount of geometric detail or even really texture detail. But when you look at the...
I'll tell you what is bothering me is, and I've had people telling me, oh, turn VSync off, turn VSync off. No. Screen tearing really pulls me out, and I keep seeing screen tearing on his videos, and I hate it.
Image on the whole, it just looks gorgeous. This is amazing art design. Not
yes.
only that, it can scale down.
Okay, yes. This is amazing art design for a small village. You can't compare a small village to an open air field that has giant monsters running through it. You wouldn't be able to fit a giant monster in this village. Just to be clear, is this also beta footage of the game? Of this? Yes. That's using the benchmarker. So the benchmarker that they... Ghost of Tsushima. No, that's the finished game. That's the final release. And look, he still got his bloody motion blur on. Okay, hang on. So he had a crack at Monster Hunter for being blurry. This looks blurry to me. I don't know if you can see it, but that looks blurry to me. It's because he's got motion blur turned on. If you don't want it to look blurry, turn motion blur off. And if you're going to criticize it in one scene, criticize it in the other. This is blurry because you have motion blur on. The same as this one is blurry because you have motion blur on. This seems like a very unfair comparison. Like I said, I think he's got some good points, but I think that what he is showing to compare those points is unfair comparison.
But when you look at the...
I just think on the face of it, it's really silly to compare the testing build against the release game. Exactly, that's another good idea. Like, you can't really compare what we have right now with a final release game that has gone through years of... bug fixes, patches, updates, whatever you want to call them. This is the best version that this game is going to be. It would be like going and saying, we're going to compare Monster Hunter World with the HD pack to beta Monster Hunter Wilds. That would still be unfair. That would still be unfair. Because Monster Hunter World has had years of patches and updates.
Image on the whole...
And I will say that this is the exact same issue that we had with his reference to Horizon Zero Dawn. Like, I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt. And I was thinking that, maybe he's going to run out into one of the open areas. He doesn't.
This is also running on an RTX...
It never gets that far.
3060, and this is also an open world game.
And it's also got a lot of screen tearing,
and it's running at its maximum settings here,
which I hate.
at around 50 FPS in a big populated town. And as you get out of town, it'll run it kind of in the mid 50s, and that's at its absolute maximum settings. And I don't think anybody would argue that this doesn't look great.
It does.
And then also,
But where does your comparison end?
you can go ahead and turn down to medium graphics.
Oh, your comparison ended as soon as you got out of the town. So, you're not going to show us an open area? So that we can compare these fabulous art styles that you're talking about? I don't know, this seems, like, incredibly unfair. Like, don't get me wrong, this does look gorgeous. And from an objective standpoint, I think this does look better than Monster Hunter. But it's also a more designed area. It's just outside of town. The areas just outside of towns need to be as recognizable as the towns themselves. So you know where you are. We're not somewhere out in the wilderness. And it's a different kind of game to Monster Hunter, to the extent that Monster Hunter's not going to have as big of an open world as, say, Horizon Zero Dawn, or Breath of the Wild, or Tears of the Kingdom. It's not going to have an open world like Ghost of Tsushima. It's not going to have an open world like, well, I keep making the comparison, so why not? Elden Ring. It's not the same. A more fair comparison would be something like Wild Hearts. Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. That's true. A more fair comparison would be Wild Hearts. Let's keep going, because, like I said, I haven't seen the whole thing, but from what I'm seeing so far, this Ghost of Tsushima is where I kind of stopped, because I was like, you know what? I don't like this comparison, but I think it would be a good idea to have my, to talk about it on stream. So let's just skip back to where we were and keep going.
It just looks gorgeous.
It does.
Amazing art design.
Don't get me...
Not only
absolutely.
that, it can...
Correct. It is amazing art design. For something that is not an open plane.
Scaled down appropriately. If I go down to medium settings, this still looks gorgeous. And now it's running at 85 FPS on the RTX 3060. And again... if we go back and switch to...
Oh, look at the blurriness.
1080p.
Look at the blurriness. It's because of motion blur. Even at that higher resolution. Even at that higher resolution, there's still blurriness, there's fuzziness around the edges of things, because it's motion blur. Please, folks, I beg you, turn off motion blur. Look at this. Look at this here. Look how soft these are. Yeah, okay.
If we go back and switch to this 1080p native resolution, lowest possible settings.
And I will agree with him that it does look very pixelated, but I feel like he's got anti-aliasing turned off. There's no way for me to see and tell if he's got anti-aliasing turned off. I can see clearly he's got motion blur, because you can see it here where the cat has turned his head. Right? That's motion blur. That's quite clearly motion blur. But look how sharp and pixelated everything is. He's got anti-aliasing turned off. If you're at 1080p with anti-aliasing turned off, it's going to look like this. It's gonna look pixelated, because you don't have that that softening effect of anti-aliasing. I don't have anti-aliasing turned on usually when I'm at 4K, because you don't need it. But this would benefit from anti-aliasing. But why is it turned off?
37 FPS. Now, what if we turn Monster Hunter Wilds up to Ultra settings? And this is native 1080p. The Ultra would default to using DLSS. Again, kind of looking smeary at 1080p if you do that. So at native ultra settings, 1080p, we're getting 28 FPS.
Well, as I showed you, I've got mine on ultra settings, and I've turned upscaling off. He still has motion blur on.
And again, I'd still argue that, well, this doesn't look that stunning or anything like that. And I think part of that is the art design. Well, maybe that's subjective, and maybe some of you guys...
The art design. Yes. The art design. Because you are looking at an open plane with no features. He is specifically cutting off the trees. He has picked the most boring view in the game to criticize. You should go up to this. You should go up to the circle. You should go up to the trees. You should go into the caves with the fulgurite lightning bolts, all the lightning glass, like coiling amongst all the caves. Why isn't he comparing those?
You guys are watching this and you're like, I prefer this. I think this looks better. And that's perfectly fair. But I do think it is important to think about the overall art design, and that it doesn't necessarily need to be technically demanding or technically impressive to deliver something that is still visually impressive, but a lot more performant. And that's where I think Ghost of Tsushima is an amazing masterclass in, wow, this looks beautiful. Even if I go down to medium settings, it still looks beautiful because it's the overall design. It's not that if you zoom in...
Even Windsong Village. I think Windsong Village is a little bit drab, but I think it's supposed to be. That's the thing, is like, you can say that... like, would it be fair if I was to compare this sequence from Horizon Zero Dawn and, say, a corridor in Dark Souls? Right? We get Dark Souls. We get Dark Souls 3 even, right? Most up-to-date Dark Souls. And we compare this to a corridor. That wouldn't be considered fair. And you can make all the arguments in the world that, oh, they could have made the corridor look more interesting. Yes, they absolutely could have. But a corridor is a liminal space to get you from one point to another. That's what an open plane is. It's a space to get you from one place to another. But it's also an arena. In the case of Monster Hunter, it's an arena. It's a connecting point that connects multiple areas together. But it's also an arena for you to fight these huge monsters that are going to run around in. You can't have the same kind of dense, what do I... look at all the details. Look at the trees. Look at the rocks. There's a high density of features. And you couldn't have a game like Monster Hunter take place somewhere like this necessarily, because there's too many features for the monsters to take into consideration. Their pathing would have to be massively improved. And I think that he's looking at it and he's going, oh, the game looks shit and it runs like shit, therefore bad. But he's not taking into consideration the background simulation. That's a huge element. That takes up a lot of processing power. The background simulation has to be done within within a time frame, within the milliseconds of a single frame. So, that's something else that he hasn't really taken into consideration.
Road that you can count the grains, of lines in the wood and everything like that. It just looks awesome when you're playing the game, and it runs well. Now, so when I'm talking about is a game optimized or unoptimized, I would say that there's a few things that go into that. Because optimized doesn't mean it runs well. I think it means it delivers an optimal balance between it's trying to achieve something visually and it's doing it in an optimal way.
Yes.
Right? So if you have a game...
Actually, I completely agree with that take. I completely agree that is what optimization is. Optimization is getting the best visuals for what you are able to achieve with the gameplay, the mechanics, the actual background simulation, stuff like that. You need to get the balance. But I feel like he's not talking about the background simulation in Monster Hunter, which is really complicated.
Facing the just most incredibly impressive visuals you've ever seen, it might be justified to run slowly.
Yes, okay, I agree. If you've got a game that runs incredibly well and has a high fidelity, then it's probably less complicated in the background. It's that simple, really. I believe that, I think he's right to a certain extent here, but I don't know. I don't think he's fairly comparing. He's right. What he's saying is right, but his example comparisons are wrong.
And that's okay. Like, for example, if we look at something like Senua's Saga Hellblade 2,
Yeah.
which, by the way, is not an open-world game, so I don't think comparing this directly to Monster Hunter, performance-wise, is fair, and that's not what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to show you that this game is trying to achieve basically what you would see in like a CG movie, but running in real time on gaming hardware.
Yes.
I'd say it largely accomplishes that. Now,
yes. So Senua's, I don't know if you've played any of the Senua games, Hellblade and Hellblade 2. They are meant to be a big visual masterpiece. You know, it's going for it's aiming for 30 FPS, not because like it's really high fidelity with a very low frame rate, but it's not just got a low frame rate because because of its high fidelity. It's got a low frame rate because they're trying to make it feel like a movie.
it's only running at about 37 FPS at 1080p on a 3060.
And he's still got frame tearing.
But it's accomplishing something very visually impressive. And also not only that, but it actually does scale down to medium settings and still look pretty impressive, and now it's running in the mid 50 FPS range.
Yeah, but you're still... This is a good example of optimization. The frame rate is forgivable because it looks so good. So even on medium settings, it still looks really, really good. Because it was... I don't know how to... I don't know another way to explain this, but it's that is not a fair comparison. At all. Not even close. Senua's... There are three elements to all of this. Visual, performance, and background simulation. Now, background simulation arguably is a part of performance. But if it's got a complex background simulation, then that is going to impact your frame rate. And if you've got really high fidelity graphics, that is also going to impact your frame rate. It's like those triangle diagrams, and it says pick two, right? You got high performance, high fidelity, complex background simulation. Pick two. You can't have three, right? What we are looking at here is Senua's Sacrifice is high fidelity, good frame rate, or passable frame rate. It doesn't have a complex background simulation. Because it's basically a walking simulator. It's not a walking simulator. That's not fair. There are puzzles, there is combat, but it's it's a game that is essentially a playable movie. You go from set piece to set piece, which is all optimized in such a way to make it look beautiful, and you're only looking at small cells. You're not looking at an open world. When you're in this area, you've got this huge background, which is not as high quality as you think it is. It just looks high quality because it's far away. And you've got a very high quality staircase. What is behind that cliffside is not currently loaded. What is loaded is literally what you can see. And it looks really, really good because the scope is so limited. It's small. It's a tiny cell. And you're going to go around the corner and you're going to be in another tiny cell because all the stuff that's behind you is going to unload. There are no vast open plains. So Monster Hunter's got two things. You can, again, it can only pick two of the three things. It either has fidelity, frame rate, or background complexity. It's got background complexity. It's got that in spades. Can you play Monster Hunter at 30 FPS? Absolutely, I think you can. It's not the best experience, but you can. And I think that the graphics, again, I don't think that the graphics he's showing are very fair in comparison. But I think that a sufficiently decent PC, where someone actually goes in and manually tunes the game for their PC, is going to get a better experience than simply running a benchmarker. Throw terminology all you want, optimization and stuff, but at the end of the day, you're comparing art set pieces with a hunting game that needs big areas. Exactly. 100% Munta. I completely agree. I understand what he is saying, but his examples are terrible.
Again, I don't think we can directly compare, the 37 FPS in this scene to the 37 FPS in this scene.
Just take this into consideration, right? Hang on a second. The goal of Senua's Sacrifice was to be visually appealing. It was to make it look as photorealistic as possible. The goal is to make this look like a movie. That was their goal from the start. A playable movie. And even a better one than games like Control and, games which aren't really games. Quote unquote. I say they're not really games. That's not really fair. You do play them. But there's some games out there that are playable movies in the sense that you just kind of watch everything happen. Heavy Rain is a good example of that. Senua's Sacrifice is a game where you play you're playing in a movie, right? And it's high fidelity because this is the area that you are looking at. You are only looking at that area. All of that background is just background.
37 FPS in this scene to the 37 FPS
in this, everything that you can see, you can go to. That's actually there. It's like what they said with Breath of the Wild. And Tears of the Kingdom. It's like you can see a landmark in the distance and just walk to it. You can do that in this game. That circle is you can climb this. Not all the way to the top, but you can climb up to like this point here. These mountains in the distance, sure, they're backgrounds because there's going to be a scene transition. There's going to be a zone transition somewhere around this area of the map. But these are all places that you can actually go to. A lot of these places are things that you can see and walk up to and be like, bloody hell, that's big. That's different than Senua.
This scene, because again, Monster Hunter Wilds is trying to be a big open world.
But it's a big open world in a different, like, you can have open worlds like Ghost of Tsushima in the sense that you can go anywhere, right? I'm gonna go, I don't have to follow the story. I'm gonna go from this village to that village over there, and that is open world. That is the mechanical open world. What we are talking about is a physical open world. This is a physical open world. It is a huge open plain. And you can go anywhere in the plane. And you can even go to some of the landmarks you can see that feel like they might be outside of the plane, but you can still get to them. You can still go there, like that circle, that cliff face in the distance. You can go there. You go off this way, and then you go into the desert, and then you go around like a little gully made of melted sand, and you can get to this area. It's a thing you can go to. You can climb. Senua is not trying to do this.
And Hellblade 2 is not. So that is different. But
sorry, I should have said Ghost of Tsushima is not trying to do this.
Doesn't necessarily tell me it's unoptimized. It might be trying to achieve something incredibly visually impressive. But I do think if something is optimized, it should the visuals should match what the performance is. And
I kind of agree that, but it's a balancing act. It is up to the developers whether they want something to be more visually appealing or more or better performance. And if they have chosen and then you got background simulation as well, which is, like I said, the third thing. Yeah, I agree. If it's got a low FPS, you want it to look good. If it looks good, you're more forgiving of a low FPS, and vice versa. If it can run at 144 hertz, but the game doesn't look that great, you can kind of forgive it because the frame rate is good. Alternatively, you will have the option to choose to lower your frame rate, to take a hit to performance, to be able to play it at a higher fidelity. And yeah, I agree with that. I completely agree. But I one of the other things is I don't think that this is accurate. Because I've shown you like how much of the VRAM is utilized in my PC. And I know that what does a 3060 even have? It has 12 gigabytes of onboard RAM. GDDR6. (15 gigabits per second memory speed. As far as I'm concerned, this should run Monster Hunter Wilds fine. I don't know why this is showing this. And why is he just showing the benchmark? Why doesn't he just show the game?
Open world or not, 37 FPS on something that looks like this seems unreasonable to me. There should have been a
He's not wrong. Okay, see, look, he's not wrong. If the game looks like this, it should be of either a higher... if the game looks like this, it should have a higher FPS. If it has this FPS, it should be a higher fidelity. I agree, but his comparisons are bad.
Scale down the visuals and increase performance while still looking good. But maybe that would have had to have happened way back in the original design planning stage of the game, maybe even as far back as choosing the engine. Because again, looking at Dragon's Dogma 2, for example, which is also trying to use the RE engine in a big open world environment, that one kind of struggled.
Dragon's Dogma is a really good comparison. That would be a good comparison. If he actually brings up footage of Dragon's Dogma, then that's actually a really good comparison. I agree with Munta. Wild Hearts is a fantastic comparison, but Dragon's Dogma I think would be a good comparison too.
Struggles too, especially when you get a lot of NPCs on the
Depends which part of the game.
screen. So this issue of being unoptimized could actually just be an issue of, by the time they chose this engine, it might have already been too late for the game design that they were targeting. And, you know, I think when we get to unoptimized games, I think that's another thing. Is sometimes it is the engine choice. Like Unreal Engine, which this isn't, by the way. Actually, Hellblade is Unreal Engine 5. You know, it can be difficult to get this super performance. So part of your game design choice is what engine you use. And for example, some of the games I was highlighting as seeming to be a lot more optimal, I think are using their own custom engines, like with Ghost of Tsushima, and like the Decima engine I know is being used in Horizon Forbidden West. Anyway, so part of it is the engine choice. That is.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. So the I agree here. Absolutely. The engine choice is a big obviously it has a huge impact on how the game performs, because different engines are designed with different calculations, different mathematics, because they are targeting a different kind of gameplay style. You don't want, like for example, this is an extreme example, but you're not going to be able to do like an open world game like this with 3D graphics in RPG Maker. Extreme example, but an example nonetheless. You know, you can't take an engine which is designed for one thing in particular and expand it into something else. We've seen problems like that with like the Frostbite engine, where they came up with the idea of the Frostbite engine and then it was like forced onto every game that was it EA? Was it EA? Was it EA with the Frostbite engine? Oh, it's developed by DICE. Yeah, EA DICE. Okay. Yeah. So the Frostbite engine was developed by DICE. It was for Battlefield. Bad Company was the first game that used Frostbite, and EA was so happy with it that they forced it into everything. So like Plants vs. Zombies, Star Wars Battlefront, Anthem used Frostbite. And these are all very, very different games. At Mass Effect Andromeda, we saw how bad Mass Effect Andromeda was. Frostbite was not designed with all of these different kinds of games in mind, and that was obvious when you actually saw it being forced on a bunch of developers that didn't want to use it, like BioWare, for example, with Mass Effect Andromeda. Like Mass Effect Andromeda had a lot of issues. The Frostbite engine was just one of them. But it was one of them, you know? So yeah, I agree. If you're looking at different engines to do different things, maybe the RE engine isn't necessarily the best engine for Monster Hunter Wilds. But name a better one.
Part of the game development process is choosing what engine you're going to use. But I think another one is, you know, I think consoles are the lead game development target generally. And what frame rate are they targeting, and what resolution are they targeting when they design the original game and its art, right? Because I think that a lot of game developers, when they started working on PS5 generation games several years ago, were used to the console paradigm where 30 FPS gaming was the norm.
That's a good point. Yes, if they are focusing on console development, then that is actually a good point. That's actually a really good point. If they are focusing on developing for a particular system as the baseline, then yeah, it's not going to look as good as it could on PC because it's trying to hit the targets for a particular console. Now, I've gone from using my Xbox to play Wilds to my PC. I've gone back to my PC because it looks, well, phenomenal on PC, actually. I think so. Now, again, I'm using a very high-end, high-powered PC, but I think it looks amazing. The game looks incredible. I think one of the complaints he's having, though, is like the art style. And the art style is subjective, to say the least. And, yeah, let's see what he has to say.
And if that's the case, and they're targeting 30 FPS for their original design choices, that
Which they
gives you
probably
a certain
are.
frame time budget, a certain number of milliseconds in which each frame is going to be computed.
Now he's bringing up... Okay, so now he's talking about frame time optimization. So in each frame, you need to be able to do more than just draw the screen. That's important. You also need the background simulation, which is what I was talking about, with these Ceratonos, I think they're called. The way they migrate around the map. That's background simulation. That's stuff that needs to be done also within the confines of the frame, the frame span.
And if you instead target 60 FPS, you're losing a ton of those milliseconds of time to compute the frame.
Literally half.
So I think that if a game is originally designed around a 30 FPS target on consoles, that's where we're seeing the ones where if you want to run it at 60 FPS, you end up like this is, which is butchering everything with crazy levels of upscaling because the original art was not designed around running super well. So you just have to reduce the burden on the GPU to decrease the frame time cost by just cutting the resolution. Or just really, one thing I'm saying here when we go down to the lowest settings, or just really ungracefully butchering the overall art. Like they have the certain target they were looking for, and if you want to go below that, it just kind of looks awful. You're just turning off certain settings. It just looks bad, right? This does not scale down gracefully. So, but again, I think part of it is also just the engine choice from the original place. But in general, this is what a lot of people are frustrated with. Games that are designed to run on, reasonable hardware. But on that
reasonable hardware. Let me take a look at that a second. So he's looking at to be able to run it at 1080p with 60 FPS with frame generation enabled. So from the start, we're not talking native 1080 60 FPS because maybe we're talking native 1080, but we're talking a non-native 60 FPS because it's got frame generation enabled. Windows 10, Windows 11, yeah, sure. An Intel Core i5 10400, sure. That's fine, I guess. I personally, look, this is just me. If you're building a gaming PC, I don't see why you've got anything lower than an i7. You don't necessarily need an i9. i9 is definitely for, like, more professional stuff. Like, if you need to be doing, video rendering or 3D graphics and stuff like that, definitely you want an i9, right? But if you're going to be doing a gaming PC, you want an i7. It doesn't matter. I wouldn't recommend going back as far as the 10 generation. 12 generations as far back as you want to go, but you still want an i7. Actually, you know what? 12th gen, i7, you should be running fine. You know, Ryzen 5, what am I on? Ryzen 7? It's 2 generations ago. And I'm not being like, I'm not saying that everyone needs to get on my level, you know? That's not what I'm getting at. I'm just saying that that's 2 generations ago. These are cheap. Really cheap right now. 16 gigabytes of memory, that's, yeah. I've got 32. I recommend people have 32 for modern gaming. You're not going to be using, well, 16 is probably fine. You're not necessarily using your PC's RAM when gaming, necessarily, if you've got a lot of RAM on your graphics card. So this one is saying an RTX 2060 Super with 8GB VRAM. Yeah. I think at this point, now that the 50 series is on its way. Is it the 50 series that's on its way? Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to do that. Yeah, 50 series is out now. Just want to double check that. Yeah, the 50 series is out. Getting a 20 series is not going to be difficult to get. In fact, I would say that it hasn't been difficult or expensive to buy a 20 series card for a long time. I still reckon you could probably get a 2080. Yeah, I'd say a 28, even like a 3060 would be better than a 2060, obviously. The RTX series 6600 Radeon. Yeah, I'm using a 7900. 6600 is last generation. It's not too bad. I think a 6600 might be better than 2060. VRAM 8GB or more is required. Yeah. Storage 75GB on an SSD. That's another important feature. SSD allows for streaming of graphics and data from the SSD to the graphics processor a lot quicker. Note, SSD is required. That's, yeah. You need an SSD. For modern games, you need an SSD. This game is expected to run at 1080p upscaled. So, yeah, okay, with these stats, I reckon upscaled is completely reasonable. Sorry, I do. 60 FPS with frame generation. Okay. I think that this is reasonable, and I think that if he was to actually go into the main game, because this is like the lowest possible specs that you could have to get it to run at this rate. I think if he was to go into the game and manually tune it, he would be fine.
Hardware, they're relying on massive levels of upscaling and even frame generation just to hit 60 FPS. So I think game designers need to realize that what a lot of people want is a game that plays well. And part of playing well is playing at a good frame rate. And honestly, 60 FPS on reasonable, console-ish level hardware, I think should be the default game design choice.
I agree. I do agree. I personally am not a graphics person. I do not necessarily need good graphics to enjoy a game. I prefer to enjoy the gameplay. But, I don't know, I honestly don't really know what he's trying to get at. I kind of lost the point that he's trying to make.
And you need to start the game from...
It's like he's saying that it shouldn't be... it shouldn't look this bad at this frame rate, but the frame rates he's showing, like what he's comparing to, doesn't make any sense.
The ground up with that target. Because if you don't, I think you end up in this kind of a situation. And so, again, I'm not a game developer, and I think all the different issues come in with different engine choices and everything like that. But I think a big part of it really should be designing art that looks beautiful without necessarily needing to be extremely demanding to run.
And again, he's showing this picture, but you can see the blur, which he called out. He called out the fuzziness of the blur around a character. This is blurry. It's not just on your screen. It's not just like you seeing what, you know, a bit crunched of a bit crunched of a bit crunched. This is blurry on my screen as well. Why is he not calling this out? Why is he not like, oh, look at the face is blurry? Was because he knows it's blurry. He knows why. It's got motion blur. So why is he not... Why did he point that out with the other... with Monster Hunter?
And certain games, I think, do that super well. And I think everybody's happy with that. When people get a game that looks nice, it doesn't need to push all the boundaries, but performs...
He's right. He is not a games developer. I'm not a games developer either, but I have done my research. I do understand what's going on. And there's more to it than simply more frames or more fidelity. There's more to it than that.
Well, I think they're happy with that. So people are looking for games that are fun to play and look good enough and run well, right? That's what they want. Now, I think it's totally okay to just have your own thing you're going for, to try to push the absolute boundaries of what a rendering live can do. That's okay if that's your game design target, and that's really a whole different thing. But at the same time,
it really is.
You know, the actual gameplay of a game like this is also targeting something different, right? This is mostly slowly walking, right?
Yes.
Whereas a game like Monster Hunter, you're in big battles. This is about the gameplay. It's not about being a visual showcase, and yet somehow it manages to be incredibly demanding on the GPU. It's a bit rough. Anyway, I'm not quite sure.
This is a Ryzen 5 5600X. I don't know if that's necessary. Why is he dismantling his... Exactly, that's right. That's why I'm confused. That's why I'm confused. I don't know what his point is. Because everything he set up, he is now taking apart.
Exactly how to end this video, other than you guys could tell me about everything.
I don't know exactly how to end this video. I don't know exactly what you were trying to say in this video.
How you feel about the current state of game optimization in the comment section. Because again, I think it's about, does it match, like, is what you're seeing matching the performance level that you're getting? Because a lot of times nowadays, I don't think it is. And there's something going wrong.
Look,
in the initial...
Okay, right. I agree with what he's... Right. I agree with what he said right at the beginning, and I'm agreeing with what he says now. Everything in between seemed pointless. He's right. There are too many development studios out there today that are putting... they're relying on cheats like frame generation and upscaling to make up for the fact that they're not properly optimizing their games. I agree. 100% agree with that. Couldn't agree more. I hate it as well, right? And I also agree that on the other side of that is that if you're not using those cheats, if you're not using frame generation and upscaling, there's a lot of game developers out there that are just expecting you to brute force the game. That's why you get a lot of games that release on PlayStation and they release fine, or they release on Xbox and they release fine, and then later down the line they release a Steam version, and for some reason you need a much more powerful system than the PlayStation or the Xbox to be able to run it. It's because it's not properly optimized for a Windows environment. It was optimized for a PlayStation environment, and they just shove it over onto PC and say, oh, well, PC gamers, you should just have better hardware. And you will see this. There have been articles being put out by people like companies like game journalist websites, and don't get me started on game journalism, where they say the games aren't bad, you just need a better PC. That's not true. A game should run fine on on semi-good hardware. But that's up to you to tune it, right? So there's an element of the customer needs to be that this is the division between PC and console. I understand why people like PC, and I understand why some people like PC, and I understand why some people like console. The reason is because with console, everything is optimized for you. You turn on a game, you play it. It's done. With PC, you might have to fiddle with it for a while to get it to work as well as you want. Or maybe you've got some really beefy PC, and you can just brute force through all of the issues, right? I'm blessed to say that I have a PC that can brute force through the issues. I do. And so I kind of understand what he's saying, that they shouldn't be relying on upscaling and frame generation to be able to hit simple 1080p 60 FPS. That should be the marker that they're aiming for from the start. I agree. I completely agree. The comparisons are bad. And his argument towards the end is not great. Because he basically dismantles his own argument right here, saying that, well, it's a completely different game than the ones I showed. So, yeah, I don't know. I agree with you, Kiko, as well. It just doesn't seem like it seems kind of pointless. I kind of feel disappointed now because I thought this was going to be an interesting argument about frame generation. Sorry, not frame generation, but like it was going to be an interesting argument about whether or not people are relying too heavily on one thing or another. Whereas in reality, it just seems so scattered. The premise is good. The premise is we shouldn't be relying too much on these cheats, and we shouldn't be relying on brute force. Completely agree. And the conclusion, we shouldn't be relying on cheats, and we shouldn't be relying on brute force. Still, I still agree. I agree as much at the end as I did at the beginning. It's just everything in between was brain scatter.
I think design phase of the game or the optimization phase of the game or both.
And as someone who isn't a developer and as someone who has clearly not looked into development, there is more to it than what he is giving credit for. It's not just a case of fidelity versus frame rate. There's background simulation, which is a huge part, and that impacts your frame rate, because it's how many calculations can your PC do within a set amount of time. And that has to be represented on the screen as well. And sometimes they do that by having some parts of the game at a lower frame rate than other parts of the game. Like, for example, I would imagine that the background simulation is more like... it could be like more like 15 FPS. It could be 30 FPS, I don't know. But it's quite possible that the background simulation, all the things that are going on in the background, like the migration patterns of the herbivores and the different weather that's coming in, stuff like that, that could be at a much lower frame rate. And if it's optimized properly, then it will not impact the game that you are seeing and that you are playing particularly hardly. But you still need to make sure that all of that works within the frame rate that you are targeting. And there's more to it than simply graphics good, frame rate good.
Where something needs to be different, because this isn't looking good. And if we look at
it doesn't. I agree with him. I agree with him. This does not look good. It is all jaggy. It's all jumbled together. There's no differentiation. There's hardly any shadowing to show the blades of grass. It just looks like a texture. It doesn't look like grass. But that could be because of compression. I don't know. But I can go into the game and I can lower the quality. And I can show you what it looks like at different points. I can actually do that in-game. And I will now. I'm curious why he's only showing the benchmark and he's not showing the actual game. I don't want to turn around and say he's complaining just for the sake of complaining, but I do wonder if he's not showing the game because the game and the benchmark do not match.
Advantages we're getting from newer generations of hardware, they're looking to be getting less jumps in the future. So it used to be the case that, oh, this game came out, it performs badly, just wait a year and graphics cards are going to be like twice as powerful.
Yeah, that was an issue back in the day, but it's not anymore. Every generation is going up in smaller and smaller increments. There's a lower return on investment, shall we say.
We're not getting those huge jumps anymore either. So it's at the same time as all of this is happening, it's getting harder to just brute force through it. Not that it's really great to have to do that anyway.
No, it's not.
Anyway, that's where we're at. Let me know how...
It's not great to have to brute force through it. Is it possible to do? Absolutely. Does it require the most up-to-date hardware to brute force it? No, I don't think it does. I think that last generation technology, like if you picked up a I was about to say 3080, but maybe not the 3080, but like now that the 50s are out, if you picked up a 40 series graphics card, you'd be fine. You wouldn't have any issues whatsoever. I'm currently running a 7900 XTX, and this is running it perfectly. I'm not having any issues whatsoever. I would say to go over to Daniel's channel, like, give him a like, considering, you know, I'm watching his video, you know, give a little bit back to the original creator. I don't think I necessarily agree with all of the ramble, the scatter in between, and I certainly don't agree with comparing Monster Hunter to Ghost of Tsushima or Horizon Zero Dawn. As similar as they may seem on a very superficial level, they are not the same games. By any stretch of the imagination. They're not targeting the same audiences. They're not targeting the same gameplay mechanics. They're not targeting the same kind of world creation and design. It seems like such a bizarre comparison to make, honestly. To call something beautiful and to use that as your comparison, that's not that's subjective. That's not an objective comparison of Monster Hunter versus Ghost of Tsushima, because Ghost of Tsushima is a series of set pieces. Hellblade is a series of set pieces. Horizon Zero Dawn is a series of set pieces. But Horizon Zero Dawn does have open areas, which he didn't mention. He didn't compare the open areas to the open areas of Monster Hunter. He compared specific examples of towns and areas just outside of towns and forestry and said, oh, look how beautiful this is. Monster Hunter sucks. And that's a very unfair comparison. I would argue that a better comparison would be... It's not a good comparison, but Elden Ring is a better comparison. And when you do look at Elden Ring, when you get close up and personal with the graphics of Elden Ring, they don't look great. It looks good as a whole, as a picture. The big picture looks amazing. But when you actually get in close and you'd be like, oh, okay, those graphics are pretty naff, actually, when you look at them close up. Dragon's Dogma, he brought up Dragon's Dogma, but I think that would be a much fairer comparison because it is using the same engine, for example. So if you were to turn around and say that look at this, look at Dragon's Dogma. This is the same engine, but Dragon's Dogma looks so much better, then that would be fair. If you were to compare this with a previous Monster Hunter game, that would be fair. If you were to compare this with Wild Hearts, as Munta pointed out, that would be fair. And at this point in time, I just don't think this was a particularly fair comparison. I agree with his premise. Too many developers are relying too heavily on cheats and brute force to be able to get their games to run on PC. This is bad. Optimization feels like it's a lost art. But everything else in between, I think, was just kind of brain scatter. But you know what? The creator's name is Daniel Owen. The video is called Gaming in 2025. Just slap on some frame gen and ship it. And I agree with that. I actually agree with that statement. I think that there are a lot of developers that are slapping on some frame gen and shipping it. I think that's true. And maybe Monster Hunter is one of those. That could be the case. Obviously, I don't have the best means to compare because I do have a beefy PC. And my PC is probably brute forcing. But I can at very least go into the game right now and then go through and talk about what I think is the situation with the different levels of graphical fidelity. So that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. We're going to go and check that out. So let's move over to chatting. Actually, let's move over. Yeah, to the chatting screen. Alrighty, so I'm going to kick up some Monster Hunter Wilds. And before we do any hunting, I know it's already 9 o'clock. But like, this is one of those things. I do want this channel to be more than just gameplay. I want us to have discussions. I want us to talk about cool things, as well as playing. And you know, like I said, go check out Daniel Owen's channel. Show some love. At the end of the day, it's only fair. Even if we disagree with him, which I do for the. Like I said, I agree with the beginning and the conclusion. I don't agree with anything he said in between. It's only fair. This is YouTube. You know, we show the love. So go and give him a thumbs up, whether you agree or disagree, and maybe leave a comment letting him know your thoughts, and see what other people think as well. So let me just kick up my copy of Wilds, and we'll see for ourselves how this runs. One thing that I'm not going to be comparing in this is frame rate. Definitely not going to be comparing frame rate, because that wouldn't be fair. We're going to definitely be looking at the graphical fidelity, though. So I'm going to start up a private lobby. Like, already you can see there that the grass is very clear and separated. But, I'll put up the code for the lobby in just a moment. And it does take a moment for everything to load in, like I said. Like, you don't get everything immediately. There's a little bit of pop-in at the beginning. And then once everything is loaded, it's good and it's ready to go. Now, I am in a different, Oh, there's... Hang on a minute. Hold on a minute. There is something right there. Hold on. Let's see if I can get that to come back. No, I can't. Okay. I don't know if you saw that, but there was like a line across the sky. Oh, yeah. Okay, so there's like a tear. Like a screen tear that you can see in the sky occasionally. Which is interesting. But, I'm sure that's not anything that people necessarily going to focus on. I am in a different season. I wish there was a way to, like, skip ahead in the seasons. I suspect they'll have something to be able to, you know, manually alter seasons. They give us like an Ocarina of Time or something. Hey Munta, welcome back. So what we're looking at right now is like comparing what we saw. Oh, right, nah, no worries. We're comparing what we saw in that video to what we're seeing on the screen. Now, I'm not in the benchmark, I'm in the game. And I think that this looks fine, right? I'm currently running it at 4K. But what I'm going to do is, I am going to downscale it, right? Because I want to know, we'll go 1080p. Now, yeah, that does look a little bit blurry. It does look a little bit smeared. But I don't think that is quite as bad as what we were seeing in the video just now. Let me tune this a little bit, shall we? That's all fine. Okay. So we're going to turn my graphics settings down to medium. You know, that is a little bit smeary. The shadows are not very good. But I think this is still playable. I don't think this looks as bad as what it did in the video that he was just showing. Let's rock this all the way down to low. Lowest settings. Right. This looks bad. Okay. Let me turn change some of the textures lowest. Mesh quality medium. Fur quality low. Yeah, everything is low. Sky and clouds lowest. Grass and tree quality lowest. Grass and tree sway disabled. Wind simulation low. Water effects disabled. Shadow quality. Oh, you can't turn shadows off. disable contact, ambient occlusion, off, bloom, off, motion blur off, always turn motion blur off, vignette, well, vignette doesn't really do anything, screen space reflections off, SSS scattering off, depth of field off, volumetric fogs low, variable rate shading performance. Okay, there we go. This is the absolute lowest settings. And even at the absolute lowest settings, I don't think this looks... Like, it doesn't look good. But it's not unplayable. Actually, my character model still looks really good. My character model still looks at much higher quality than the rest of the game. Let's have a look at some of these monsters. Yeah, you know what? It's not pretty, is it? But it works. Just read Kiko's comment above and I agree. Yeah, so I don't know if he was using I don't know about the firmware, I don't know about what he was using in regards to that. I can't make comment on that really. But what I can say is that I am not seeing... I'm not really seeing the same problems that he was showing. By reducing the quality of the game down to the lowest settings. It's not good. That is absolutely fair to say that this is not good. But it's not unplayable. I'm curious why my character's quality hasn't gone down much. So this is at 1080p. Hold on a second. Hang on a second. I just realized something. There is a setting which I didn't change. So, if I go 1080p... upscaling. Ah, here we go. Right. So I'm using AMD FSR upscaling. And upscaling sharpness, I can... Yeah, so this looks... I don't know if it looks better or worse, honestly. It's, it looks different. I think maybe it looks worse. I'm not sure. It does look a little bit more blurry. But I'm still not seeing the same issues that he was having. Like, the pop-in is horrendous. And the grass doesn't look like grass. It looks just like a jumble of little bits of geometry. But
the lightning has them amped up. Might be able to use them as a trap.
like, would I like a game that looked like this at the baseline? Absolutely not. I would not play a game that looks like this. I'm not a graphics snob, but I wouldn't play a game that looked like this on PC. Nor a modern game at very least. But this is the absolute lowest quality graphics at 1080p upscaled. But there's others, look, like Ultra Performance. That focuses on performance rather than visuals. So you can get a Oh wow, look at the look at the pixelation on that. That's really interesting. Wow, that's really interesting. Look at that. That's actually kind of cool. It's like nearly unplayable, but I like the pixelation effect. I don't know why. That just looks really cool. Maybe people's expectations are too high? I think so. I think some people will look at a game like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a game. Maybe people will look at Senua's Sacrifice, and people who don't really know how game design works, they'll look at a game like Senua's Sacrifice, they'll look at Ghost of Tsushima, and then they'll be like, well, if they could do it for this game, why can't they do it for that game? Not understanding that there's a lot more that goes into it. The Welsh word of the day is motion blur. It is. I hate motion blur. Always turn off motion blur. Maybe I just have low standards, but ultimately not good is better than terrible. I don't know. Like, this is difficult for me to say. Would I consider this... I guess it also depends on the screen size, right? I'm looking at this at 1080p on the absolute lowest quality settings on a 4K screen, right? I think that's, you know, that's another thing that I am experiencing, is that it is on a 4K screen. So those issues, those problems are going to look worse. I mean, look at the way that the... If you look at the boards in the light, they look fine. If you look at the boards in the shadow, they're all pixelated. Which is really interesting. It's because of the shadows. The shader pixelation is really high, which is why everything, all the lighting effects and everything. Look at that. That's almost beautiful in its own right. It kind of looks like a what do they call the HD 2D effects. I actually kind of like this, but for a completely different reason. But again, like I said, I'm playing this on a 4K screen. If my screen wasn't 4K, if I had a smaller screen, I reckon this would look fine. It's not gonna look good, but it's fine. Like, all the textures are muddy. All of the, like, the shading, the shaders in general are just very, very pixelated. The thing that you can't change, though, is the other thing that I've been talking about a lot is background simulation. So if we have a look at this, right? All these little pink dots are herbivores, right? And this is what background simulation is. It's all of these monsters moving around and interacting with each other and interacting with world things like the like the camps. Like this camp has been destroyed because, and that was done in the background. That was background simulation. This camp has now been rebuilt, and that was just destroyed by when we were just over there. So that's been rebuilt as a part of the background simulation. When the weather changes, all of these Ceratonoth, there we go. They're going to get up and they're going to walk around and they're going to move in herds. You can't change that. So the more stuff you got going on in the background, the more compromises you need to make with your foreground, with your visuals. So that's another thing that wasn't taken into consideration in that video. Look at that fire. That's a... If I was doing a HD 2D game, I would consider that gorgeous. I do consider it gorgeous. I like pixels. What can I say? But, yeah. A very different, yeah. That's amazing. I love that. I would never play this game like that, but I love that. That is so cool. I like pixels, right? I love it. Look at that fire. Actually, it looks more interesting from further away because the pixel size doesn't change. But as you get closer, there's more of them. So, from further away, the pixels are really big. I like this. For a different game, this would be something that I would be really, like, look at the green pixels around the herb there. Any other game, I would be super impressed by this. Monster Hunter, not so much. But... my conclusion is that I think that this game... I think he might be right about the balancing effect, you know? That some people, they're going to want to play it at a higher quality and they're not going to be able to. Or they're going to have to sacrifice... Wait, how do I... Performance, balance, quality... How do I turn off upscaling? Oh. Disable. There we go. And so now I'm going to put everything back to highest, okay? Motion blur off, good. Depth of field off. Variable rate shading balanced. And let everything... Oh, wait. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Hang on. No. Ah, go away. I've got to upscale. Back up to 4K. Yes. And let everything pop in. Please pop in. Oh, heck. Am I going to have to turn the game off? Some things have not come back. Some things are still a bit blurry. Hold on. Oh no. Have I ruined this? Have I No, I don't want to change that again. No, don't do that. Enabled. Yeah, VSync enabled. Yeah, okay. Oh, some of the textures are not coming back in. Why? Ah! No. Oh, everything looks weird now. Look at that. I might have to turn the game off. Hold on. Look at my shield. Ah, that's better. There you go. It's popped back in now. Let's, okay. I need to go and basically just do this. Like, manually change everything. Right, shadow quality. I'll set to lowest. Then back up to highest. Distant shadows. That's the one. That reset all the shadows in the background. Shadow distance, medium, far. Ambient light quality, low, high. Contact shadows, enable. Bloom, low, high. Motion blur, off. Vignette, that's fine. Okay, so it just seems to be like an issue if you upscale. I want to turn that off anyway. And balanced. Right, the world looks fine again. All right. So let's go back down into this area, because now I'm running the game at the highest possible quality that I can. And we're going to go stand where he was standing. Round about here, I think it was. Like that. That looks way better. And yes, I know I'm on 4K screen, but I don't think this is an unappealing view. But what could we have seen? What could have been a part of that video instead of this? Like, literally anything else. That is the worst possible view you could have. Because there's nothing to look at. There's a tree right next to you. There's caves. There's overhangs. There are these rocks. You want to compare a set piece with a set piece. This fulgurite. I think the comparisons were incredibly unfair. That's my ultimate conclusion, is that I think maybe he had a perspective he wanted to push, and he picked the most the dullest view that you could get in the game to be like, oh look, it doesn't look as good as Ghost of Tsushima. It's really what you're looking for, though, isn't it? Can I climb there? No, I can't. Like, look at these god rays coming down through the fulgurite. That's really cool. Like, there's so many places around where you could have literally shown something that was a little bit more comparable. Like, not just in this game, though, as well. Like, you could go to a location in Ghost of Tsushima, or to a location in Horizon Zero Dawn that looked more like the open plains. Or you could have gone to a more complex area in Monster Hunter. But he didn't. So it's very... It seems to me, and I don't want to make an accusation that he was being intentionally disingenuous, but I feel like that was the result. The result of his attempts were disingenuous. And I think, and honestly, let's be real here. I do think this is beautiful. I think it's got its own beauty, you know? Quite often we look at things like, you know, Chinese and Japanese architecture, and we consider it beautiful. It's and I'm not saying this is like a negative necessarily. There's an element of exoticism to it, because we look at it and we say, oh yeah, that's beautiful, because it's unusual. You know, it's not something we're used to. It's not something we necessarily see in our day-to-day. And so we look at it, we see this thing that is different and is interesting, and we're like, oh wow, that's really interesting. And because it's so different, it feels like it's better. That's why people have a negative opinion of people who like anime and, you know, Japanophiles or weebs, you know? It's because it's a example of exoticism, where you basically turn around and you say, like, oh, that culture is better because it, and ultimately the conclusion is it's better because it's different. And you're looking for something that's not in the norm. Like, you would have seen, and I don't mean to make this political, but you'll see people in the US saying things like, white people don't have a culture. And it's like, of course they do, you idiot. Of course white people have a culture. They have multiple cultures. It's just, in certain places, because of the countries being a white majority, or the region being a white majority, that is the default culture. And so therefore you don't necessarily see it as a culture in and of itself. You consider that to be the default. It's like, people say the water doesn't taste like anything. Well, it does. It tastes like water. Sure, you might consider water to be the absolute default, but it tastes like water. And I think that's what we might be seeing a little bit of, right? Is that we've got these beautiful pagodas and temples and shrines in Ghost of Tsushima, and you've got these like beautiful, almost Spanish-like, I want to say Spanish-like, almost Incan, almost Mayan, with these, you know, terracotta blocks in Horizon Zero Dawn. And you've got, it's a genuinely beautiful area. That village that they were at was gorgeous. It really was. But it's not necessarily more beautiful than an open field. If you don't find an open field to be beautiful, then fine. You're not going to find an open field to be beautiful. But an open field can be beautiful. But it's beautiful in its simplicity, as opposed to being beautiful in its complexity. So I think we all agreed on the fact that you can't compare an open field to a town. Anyway, we're gonna get some hunts in before the end of tonight, I promise. That did actually go on a lot longer than I wanted it to. But we'll jump on in, we'll play some, we'll do a couple of hunts. I'll try to keep stuff like that, you know, I'll try to make, like, specific streams and say, oh, this is going to be a Monster Hunter chatting stream rather than a Monster Hunter playing stream. I'll be sure to do that in the future. But, no, I am a little bit disappointed because I thought that there would be a better argument in there, and it turns out there wasn't. You know, it's, I've learned Pepotech? What's Pepotech? Pepotech with longsword. Yeah, I don't know what you mean by Pepotech. Oh, right, okay. A speedrunner. Gotcha. Oh, right, okay. So, the password is, sorry, not the password, the code is FS5L74VN. FS5L74VN. There we go. Instant gauge fill? Yeah, you slash into barrel bomb. Yeah, I used to do that in Monster Hunter Sunbreak, in Rise Sunbreak. I didn't think it was possible to do it in this because you don't have quick sheath. Or do you have quick sheath? That's a good question. Do you have quick sheath? This one's got speed sharpening. Speed eating. Okay, so you don't have, quick sheath. I'll show you when we go outside. Alright. Hang on a minute. Let me get items because I don't think I refilled. Ah, it's fine. I do need to make some more. Armor skins. Oh, I don't have any catalysts. Oh, hold on. Oh, I've only got... I can only make 3. It's honestly gross how quickly you can rack up the damage considering EI counter is your strongest. It's also, I think, the most powerful wake up on Sleepy Monster. They changed EI. I know they changed EI because, it seems like you get the effect regardless of whether you actually hit a monster or not. Let me swap, I'll swap my hammer for the longsword so I can swap between them. Okay. So... I forgot to make a meal, so I'll just do that quickly. We're gonna go fish, we're gonna go cheese, we're gonna go honey. Delicious. Okay. Members list. Munta. Sorry, my brain just went, just disappeared. I was like looking at the list like, what am I supposed to be doing? Send invite to link party. And environmental link sent. Gonna need Virgil's theme for the next few hours. The environmental link has been sent, by the way, guys. Alright, fair enough. Well, I'll tell you what, Munter and I will go out, so that, he can show me what he's been doing. Alright, where you at? Oh, wait, have they changed this? No, it still shows... Right, I don't think... Look, this is my personal opinion, right? But I don't think that they should have that slash effect unless you hit the opponent. Unless you hit a monster. It's like, that's how you could tell previously that that you were successful. Is that you had the slash effect. And now it does the slash effect every bloody time. So you're doing it off a mini barrel bomb. Okay, so This is the one... Oh, I don't have a big barrel bomb. Do you have a big barrel bomb? Could you put a big barrel bomb down for me? There you go. So, there used to be a move that you could do in Rise that I don't think you could do it in this one because of just how much time it takes. But it's basically this. Yeah, you can't do it. You can't do it because you need quick sheath. But basically, it's you do that into that and straight into this. And you can do it with a large barrel bomb. You need quick sheath to be able to do it, though. If you barrel bomb, hold back so your character faces away from the bomb. Use focus mode and then EI straight away. Hold back so your character faces away. Use focus mode and then EI. Okay, so... Wait. So... Hold back. Well, I'm holding back, but he doesn't change direction. So it's neutral spirit / hold back on the control to special sheath. Oh, right, yeah, what I just did there then. Yep. Oh, damn it. Ah, damn. Your controller died? Oh, damn. Righto. You know, after taking some time away from Longsword and coming back to it, it's not that bad. It still feels very loose, right? It still feels very loose. It still feels like you're just swinging the sword and wiggling it around in midair, and it's not really, doesn't really feel like it's got any impact. But the new moveset is pretty cool. Ow. Oh, come on. Hi.
Excellent work. That's another quest complete. This thing's a trove of new data.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm actually hitting that, yeah, I am still having some issues with like the timings on some moves. Like I feel like the timings are slightly off. Yeah, I'm... Yeah, I'm having some issues with, like I said, just getting some of the timings. Ah, for goodness sake. I'm just trying to get him to attack me so I can figure out the timing on this, but... Yeah, because, like, it... Obviously, you can't... Obviously, the weapons level doesn't go up. But that slash effect makes it feel like it has, and you're like, oh wait, why didn't my thing go up? Oh, is he dead?
Make sure to grab anything a monster leaves behind.
Interesting. Okay. He didn't activate a quest. The quest didn't activate, though. Yeah, I'm gonna go fight something and see if I can, like, figure out the timings on this bloody weapon. Maybe. That's something they definitely should fix, though. Yeah, but Spirit Combo also does damage as you're doing it. Ah, that's an Arcveld. I don't want to fight that. Right. Let me have a crack at this Gypsaros. Of course, judging distance is another issue. Damn it. Yeah. Shh. Oh, there's a second Gypsaros. I am noticing one thing which I really don't like, actually. When you do the step back, you go too far away. I don't like that. Okay, so when you press the right trigger and B to do the back step, he steps back in. But when you're at max, he doesn't. So if I go... See, he stays far away. So you're out of range to actually attack. Yeah, I don't like that. Yeah, I really don't like that. That's a really bad move. That move sucks. Yeah, that move, so I'm pressing right trigger and B, which I believe is, right trigger and circle if you're on PlayStation. When you're in orange, you step back in, but when you're in red, you just jump away, and so you're too far away to actually attack. That move sucks now. That's a terrible move. Like, if I do that, like, I'm too far away to actually hit. Now, that's pretty crap. I don't like that. I don't like that change at all. Like, it's really cool that you could do the whole spinny backflip to get out of the way, and you can actually hit the enemy on the way back. But that's so bad that you're now out of range. Like, the whole point of the longsword is that you know, you're supposed to flow from one move to the next. But hello? There we go. But the fact that that puts you out of range of your own weapon is a bit silly. like this, steps back in. And see, that one doesn't. Like, there are some things which are way better. I really don't like that. That seems utterly pointless, because you're out of range of the follow-up attack. Like, what's the point of putting yourself out of range of a follow-up attack? Yeah, it's called Foresight Slash. And it's way better in orange and white, because you step back in. But when you're in red... When you're in red, you don't step back in. So the next move is out of range. That's bad. That's real bad. That's really bad. Oh my goodness. Yeah, nah. And that's like, that's one of my go-to, I say one of my go-to moves. That is the go-to move. But that's way too far away. Come on, bub. I used to really enjoy Longsword. Like, it was my favorite for the longest time. I don't know. There's just some things. It's only like one or two moves, but it's like they're key moves, you know? It feels like it's more for repositioning. Yeah, but it's like when you're in red, that's when you're doing the most damage. That's when you want to be, you know, hitting hard. You have Crimson Slash, which is an infinite. Hang on. Oh, wait, no, hang on. Okay, thank you. So which one's Crimson Slash? Also, the fact that you can charge Spirit Slash on a corpse is hilarious. Oh, why? Okay. Oh, that. Right, yeah, okay. Right. Oh, Spirit Thrust is pretty good, too. Can I do that off a... Oh! Oh! Okay, no, I've got it. I've got it. I've got the move. So what you want to do is follow up with the thrust. So it'd be like that. So the spirit thrust, you can even interrupt. You can actually interrupt this into a spirit thrust. That's trigger and what's it on a I don't know what it is on a PlayStation. It's the top button. Triangle? So you do that, and then it's that. I think that's the move. And you can actually do that in... You can use that to interrupt as well. So even in orange, you could change your maneuver. You can use the eye. Oh, yeah. But I think if you want to try to get back into combat, that's the way to go. Yeah, because you still don't have enough range on you to do that. But that one does. That one does. Yep. Okay. A bugged Balahara, which was just running back and forth over a 30-meter area, was ignoring me. Traps and flingerpods. Oh, okay. You just trigger twice? Oh, I don't have red anymore. You just trigger twice. What do you mean? Like you just press the trigger twice? No, that's too short. That distance is too short. Yeah, but that's the point, is that you miss your spirit slash. When you do that, and then you hit your spirit slash, you miss. You miss every single time. Because that's what I was just doing down in the fight with the Gypsaros. I was like, every time I was going to the spirit slash, it would miss. I think the spirit jab, or spirit, whatever it was called, I think that's the way forward.
The lightning has them amped up. Might be able to use them as a trap.
Oh, where are we going? No, don't go up there. Oh, I see where Kiko is. Wait, what? Bird, what are you doing? Bird, stop! What? Stop! What the heck? Alright. I guess we go above ground then. Where's the way out? I can't go that way. My sword sound effects randomly keep turning off. And floating tomatoes. Oh, I've not seen floating tomatoes. I've had some monsters sound effects turn off. Oh my goodness, I just the bird is still trying to go to the Gypsaros. The one that we killed. Okay, so that's a bug. That's a bug. Because that Gypsaros is supposed to disengage as a target. Grab it, you dink. Actually, there's one thing. This is a really like minor thing that it isn't really a big deal whatsoever. It's just one of those little OCD things, right? The one thing that I don't like about Lance is that low jab is Y and high jab is B. Or for PlayStation users, low jab is triangle and high jab is circle. They're in the wrong place. High jab should be triangle. High jab should be up. And low jab should be down. What is happening? Oh! Oh, it got me. No, I did see your other ones. I did see the other bugs you mentioned, Kiko. Where'd he go? Down there? Yep, there he is. Oh, why didn't you grab it? Ah, damn it. That's what I was going for. Missed. Oh, I shouldn't have charged that. That was so stupid of me. Poke. Oh, he's leaving.
I'll put the material.
Damn, it's like we're on Mars or something. Oh, you missed me. Oh, there's another one. Wait, where'd he go? Oh, he left again. Whoa! Oh my goodness, go away.
Looks like the monster dropped something.
Oh my goodness, this Chatacabra just won't leave me alone.
We've been given more supplies. Check your Saintman's pouch.
He just keeps running away, doesn't he? You don't like the Balahara? As in, like, they're creepy, or, like, you just don't like them? Irritating to fight? Oh, come on! I think that missed. I don't like that that missed. Oh, wow. With the shield attack.
Another quest complete.
I do like the Balahara.
This thing's a trove of new data.
It is annoying to fight, but there have been much worse. I'll be honest with you guys. There have been many, many much worse fights than Balahara. I think one thing that I wish that they hadn't done is give it feet. I wish it was just a sandworm. It's the wiggles that get you. Yeah, I reckon it should have just been a worm. Like, I would have been... I would have much preferred if it didn't have feet. God damn it, I keep pressing the wrong button. It doesn't even have beans. No, it doesn't have toe beans. It's just got little flappy paddle things. Little paddle feets. Cool. I'm gonna have to try this. I'm gonna have to get some fresh sardines and just cook them like this with cheese and honey and see what it's actually tastes like. I think it would be fine. I think it would taste really good. All right. So have a little look. There's a arc weld here. Oh, there's an arc weld that is destroying a Chantacabra. Oh, Chatacabra's leaving. Mine! Ah, why wouldn't you? Oh my goodness. I've walked all the way through him. I can't see. I can't see a damn thing. What is happening with my camera? Hey, could you... Has anyone noticed it's called Chained Archveld in the actual quest? Does that mean we're going to get an unchained version? It does appear that there's a different Archveld in the trailer. It's more black and purple. And no, I don't mean the, I don't mean the Gormagala. I'm stuck under its wing. I can't get out. Ooh! Oh, that's... oh, that one attacks from the other side. Oh. Oh, okay. Cool. Okay. I'm back. Oh, again? Oh, there he goes. Yeah, he just keeps grabbing me today. He's grabbed me 3 times so far. That little tail jab. That annoying little tail jab. Oh no. What just hit me? Oh, it's one of those little annoying little raptor things. You missed. Twice. Oh, that wasn't as much as I was hoping. But yeah, I'm pretty sure in the trailer they do show a different Arkveld. Oof. Oh, he got me. Ooh. He almost got me good then.
sure to grab anything a monster leaves behind.
Okay, heal. Stamina's fine. Well then. Oh, what? Ooh, I didn't deserve that. Oh, I didn't mean to use a lower pod. Oh my. Oh no! He got me just as I was attacking him. I'm not gonna get there in time. You're gonna finish him before I get to him. Wait, what? Where's my burb going?
I gathered some materials
Oh,
too.
Arkveld's
Check your
moved.
secrets pouch.
Okay. There he is. Ah. Damn it. Oh, is that Chatacabra again? Oh my goodness, we got chat. Oh, we got everything. We got everything. This Balahara is following us, or following the Arkfeld at very least. Wait, he's going into Ray Dow's area. I don't think I've seen Arkfeld going into this area before. There he goes.
It's always a treat to watch you work, Hunter.
Oh. Yeah, I think the Arkfeld and the Ray Dow are related in some way. I'm not entirely sure how. But they have a similar body structure. Well, Arkfeld is a similar body structure to Gormagala, but it actually has these, the chains, which it can solidify and it drags along the ground the same way Ray Dow does. So I feel like, Ray Dow and, Arkfeld are related in some way. Like, Arkfeld is like an ancient version of Ray Dow. I hate having to chase him when we have such a short time. Oh, wait, this one isn't timed. Not the same, is it? Is this one 20 minutes as well? I thought this hunt was just regular 50 minutes. It was 20 minutes? No, I know. Okay, whoa. Wait, hold on. I know it was timed. All hunts are timed. What I mean is, I didn't know this one was only 20 minutes. I thought this was like a full-length hunt. I thought it was only the one at the board that was 20 minutes. Oh, wow, okay. Oh my goodness, I'm actually really tired. I didn't sleep well last night. I've had actually some really bad sleep the past few nights. Might finish up soon. It's 11 o'clock. Used up all your bombs in that fight? Well, we could do one more. Or we could call that the finale. I mean, we beat Arkveld. That's a pretty cool, you know, good place to end, I think.
forces could have shaped
Ray
us.
Dow? Yeah, we could do a Ray Dow if you want to. Wait, let's see, where is he? We're gonna have to go back to... Wait, where's Alma? Alma, come here. Alma! Stop running away. Trying to... Oi! Oh my goodness! Come here! Alma, I'm gonna stab you in the face. Yes, I want to see the quests. Oh, I can't. I have to disband the environment
Happy
link.
to help anytime.
You're not happy to help every time. Every time I come near you, you're right away. So don't lie to me. Alright, let's go back to base camp. Alright, let's see. Link party. Disband environment link. Yes. Right. Radau. Post some prep.
I'm happy to help
Okay,
anytime.
quest is up.
Safety first, right?
I need some more of those. Cool. Oh, I should, I've still got my food. I'll eat anyway, just in case. Let's have a look. What can we do? I'm fighting Ray Dow. I'm probably going to want veggies so I can get the elemental resistance. Cheese and medic. And I think I want to change my armor, actually. Oh no, no, this is the one with thunder resistance. Never mind. To be honest, I'm proud of us for not using all the cards in the fight. We only used one, I'm pretty sure. And that was because he caught me off guard. Oh, I thought your cat was stuck T-posing. Lure pod scuff. I used the lure pod and he was looking at me. But he jumped over me. And he attacked. His attack went off while he was on top of me. So I didn't think it was going to hit me. That was the only thing that got it, really. I do like using the lure pods, though, because obviously I can keep his attention on me. And, you know, you guys don't have shields. Oh, he killed you? Oh, I didn't realize. Okay, I didn't notice that he killed you once. Out in the field near the edge of the map? Oh, okay. So, like, right when we started, then. Oh, I can't wait for this to be, you know, finally up and running and, you know, the actual game. Not long now. Not long now. I'm just very curious to see what this is going to look like when it is actually, you know, finished and everyone's fully set up and ready to go. Because everything still looks like it's packed at the moment. So I'm assuming they're going to, like, unpack a lot of this stuff and it's going to be big and open. Or at least I hope it will be. Ah, there's Kiko. Alright, let's go. Yeah, there's always some slight alteration or difference that they add to the game that you just go, I don't know if that was necessary. But...
They've issued us supplies. Let's put them to use.
like hiding all the hammer moves. Don't hide all the hammer moves. Oh. Oh. Oh my goodness, stop screaming! He keeps interrupting me every time I try to jump on him. Hey, watch it. You know, as someone who is not playing longsword, I finally understand the meme of longsword users not being able to tell the difference between a monster's head and a monster's tail. I finally get it. I'm just gonna sit here and watch. You know, I'm just gonna let this happen. What hit me? What even hit me there? Come here. Ah, damn it. Oh, crap. Wasn't expecting that. Okay. Oh, wiggly litchy. I love that. I just used the monster's head to shield myself from the monster's attack. Amazing. Okay, knock the glass off one of his wings. Nope, off he goes. Shopping. I think so far in this fight I've been hit by lightning twice. Which is a little annoying. Not gonna lie. When you're sitting there, you're all shielded up, you're ready to go, and you think to yourself, man, I'm invulnerable. And then you get hit by lightning. What's that all about?
The lightning has them amped up. Might be able to use them as a trap.
You missed! Don't miss. If you miss, I can't do damage back to you. Oh, he's getting all glowy. Damn it.
I'll draw its attention.
Whoop. Oof. He's being really aggressive right now.
I'll draw its attention.
I didn't mean to use the pod, but whatever. It's fine.
More supplies have been added.
Could you turn and look at me, please?
Remember the card that severed them.
Definitely wasn't me using a barrel bomb on your despite. So what you're saying is it was you using a barrel bomb on me out of spite. Got it. Got it. Okay. Oh goodness. Oh, come on! Oh, watch out. Okay. Alright. This should be the last of it now. Oh, I didn't bring bombs again. Damn it. I keep forgetting to refill bombs. Oh, that actually sucked me in. That was rough. Where are you going? Oh, he broke glass off his tail. Oh wow, what is happening with that? Am I getting shocked for attacking him? Is that a thing? Because I feel like he's doing his attack, I'm blocking, but then when I attack him, I get shocked afterwards. Well done. And he didn't blow me up that time. He's got such a strange head. Like, these horned parts being attached to, like a fleshy section. It's so strange. So alien looking. Oh, yeah. So, if he uses, his electrical attacks in this area, the floor will explode with electrical energy. No, what I was experiencing earlier was he would do an attack, and then when I hit him, it would be like the electricity discharged from him through my lance, and that was hurting me. I don't know if that's a thing, but it felt like it was. Like, it happened several times. We could go back and look at the gameplay footage. But you could see there were a few times where I just felt like, like he does a lightning attack and his body is still sparking, but then when I hit him, I take damage rather than the other way around. Still wish the Hunter highlights highlighted cooler stuff. What have we got? Endemic life plants life used. Oh, great. Yeah, great. Fantastic. Yes, because I was using the wiggly lichies. Slinger fired 16 times. Yeah. Actually, that's probably a cool idea. Like, if they were to do the, you know, how many times you use a particular maneuver, or more appropriately, how many times you land a particular maneuver. There are still some cool things like that, like every time you clash, and, what's the other one? I think it's, damage while mounting or something like that was another one. But yeah, if there's like if a weapon has like an ultimate move, it would be really cool to see you being able to, you know, it counts how many times you use that move. I understand why they took out damage output. Did they take out damage output? I think, honestly, I kind of feel like they should have a section for... Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I reckon they should have a section for stats to see how many people... see who did the most damage and who did the final hit and stuff like that, and how who did the most damage with like poison or status effect. I think that would be really good information to have, not to necessarily target people and be like, oh, you're crap, you're not hitting hard enough, but to be able to see, like, it's good information to know if you were not, like, if everyone else is doing, like, 90% of the damage and you were just doing 10% of the damage, that's good information because, like, okay, clearly I'm doing something wrong. They took it out due to toxicity in the community. Yeah, I can completely see where the toxicity angle comes from, but it's one of those things I think I would like to have because it's good information. It's like, I want to know if I am not pulling my weight. I guess it's it does go the other way around though, and it's like, I don't know. I think it's fair. I think it's fair. What happened? Wait, what happened? Oh, right, okay. Right. I was so confused. Okay. Yeah, I do understand, though, even from the other perspective, it's like, if you know that there's someone who just isn't pulling their weight and just wasting people's time, and, like, every single time you're in a hunt with them, they just do nothing, it is I think that's fair, you know, to remove them from the party and say, look, dude, you screwed up more times than you've succeeded. It's time to get someone else in. I don't know. I feel like because there's like plugins and things you can use with games like World of Warcraft, for example, which will actually keep track of how much damage everyone in your party is doing during a raid, so that you can actually, like, follow along and see, like, okay, you're not doing what you should be doing. Your class is, you're supposed to be healing. Why are you dealing damage? You know, stuff like that. So I think that there is, like, a legitimate reason to want to have those kinds of stats, but I can absolutely see how it would get really toxic with some people just being, you suck, you can't play with us anymore. I don't know. I see it kind of 50-50. Personally, I would like to see my stats so that so I can know if I'm, if I need to change up my, the way that I play. Like, I don't play with the numbers on. That's another thing, is that I don't play with the visual numbers going off every time I hit a monster. And that's why the feel of the game, because I was talking about this, how it felt like I wasn't dealing damage before, because I wasn't getting any feedback. And how I feel like Longsword feels the same. It feels like I'm not doing any damage, because there's no, you know, feedback. There's no rumble, there's no stop frames and stuff like that. Is that I don't feel like I'm doing damage. And I have played with numbers on. I think towards the end of Rise and Sunbreak, I was playing with the numbers on. But for the most part, I don't like playing with the numbers on. So, yeah. The feel of the weapon has to speak for the numbers, as it were. So it'd be nice to see at the end of a hunt, like, how much damage I've dealt throughout the entire hunt, as opposed to in the moment attacks. Anyway, I am tired. I'm gonna take a step away from my PC tonight. I was on my PC all night last night, and I shouldn't have been. I want to take a step away. I'm going to actually get some rest tonight, I think. And we'll be back fresh tomorrow with more Monster Hunter on this channel. And I think that's going to be the last of it for a little while. I think that's going to be the end of Monster Hunter until the game actually releases, so like March 1st. Can I have some chicken stew? Oh yeah, definitely coming to have some chicken stew. I am hungry. My stomach is grumbling. I'm grumbling my tumbly. Alright, so I'll take us over to actually no, I'll leave us here. We can all wave goodbye. if I could remember how to actually use the features of this game. There we go. Alrighty, ladies and gents, thank you everyone for joining us this evening. I hope you've been enjoying these streams. It's a little bit how do I put it? There's not a lot to do, is there? Let's be real. This is just a beta test, and while it's fun and it's fun to play, I'm sure it's not as fun to watch because, of course, we're just fighting the same monsters over and over and over again. It's one of the reasons why I wanted to do that video earlier today. I only wish that video was better, you know. I was really hoping that I would be able to be like, oh, hey, here's an interesting discussion piece, but that didn't really happen, did it? But yeah, Monster Hunter Rise, we will be seeing it release on February 28th. So I think my first stream for Monster Hunter Rise is going to be March 1st, I think. But keep an eye out for the schedule. That's another overlay I need to do. I need to make a schedule overlay for this channel. So, yeah, just keep an eye out on, like, Twitter, Blue Sky, in our Discord. And I always try to post the schedule when it's ready. So do come along when we are streaming. I do have a second channel. That is my main channel, Aneuryn Plays. And you're welcome to come join us over there. We're going to be playing some Final Fantasy X and Holocure next week. So would love to see you over there as well. But from myself, from Junta, from Kiko, and to everyone out there, thank you so much for joining us. I hope you've enjoyed it. Farewell, everyone, and good hunting. Good night, everyone.